Yeah. Hello, everybody. How we doing today? Let us go ahead and get started on the Chibi Varka and Gene event. It's been a while since we've done some Genshins, so we got an event that ends in 6 days. So figure this is as good as time as any to go ahead and get through this event, which seems to involve Chibis of some kind or another, very similar to the Farazan event we had before. How's it going, Blue? You saved up so many stellar jades. For who? Who have you saved up so many stellar jades for? A Knight's Guide to Surveying. For Silverwolf. Ah.
Still, if someone stops to listen, I hope it provides a moment of peace all the same.
105 stellar jades or 105 wishes? Blue. I'm assuming wishes. Indeed, it is wishes. I thought so. I guess I'll do a YouTube intro for this. Yeah, we'll do a YouTube intro for this. Hello, everybody. It is I, Blaze of Blazing Flame Studio, and it's time to embark on Chibi Time, aka Surveying and Mapping Studies. Chibi Time just sounds better, if we're being honest, but here we are. For the purpose of exchanging surveying and mapping experience and making progress together, Mika from the Reconnaissance Company is working with excellent knights from other squads to conduct an interesting surveying and mapping experience. We shall see what's going on. Doing this alongside chat, who apparently, at least some of, have said that this is an potentially annoying quest, so we'll see how that goes. If it made you so mad, it messed up so many times on the first one. Okay. Let's go talk to Mika. Right outside of town. Currently, I'm not seeing anything out of the ordinary. Oh, never mind. Things are spawning in. Things are spawning. I see little chibis. Instructor, what do you think of the design for this survey route? The height here and the obstacles. You've managed to preserve real-world conditions without compromising the difficulty of the challenge. And you've even managed to retain a degree of fun. Very well done. Mr. Tress, I don't think I have much more to teach you. The next step is to consolidate what you've learned and apply it to new scenarios. But what else are you worried about? If I could learn as fast as you can, the gunsmiths of the 8 Koi, especially Kosh, would parade me around as the poster child for hard work, then use me to guilt-trip those lazy bones. Thank you for the rose, SFX Kitty. How are you doing today? You're already doing very well, Elowen. Didn't you make the calibration objects we used this time? If it had been my job, they probably would have ended up in Vice Captain Lowen's display case of unidentified objects. What are you guys doing here? There are so many people gathered here. Are the Knights of Avonius having a picnic? Ah, it's the Honorary Knight and Paimon. Greetings. This is Mr. Trace. Vice Captain Lowen sent him here to compare notes and learn some cartography skills with me. So together we designed the Surveying and Searching Challenge. And this is Elowen, a member of the Reconnaissance Company just like me. She's helped us a lot these past few days. Oh, it's the Honorary Knight and her companion Paimon. I've heard so much about you, but seeing you in person is something else entirely. You truly have a commanding presence. What? My goodness, it's actually them. What do I do? What do I do? Think, Elowen, think. Huh? No need to get so nervous. Don't worry, Elowen just slips into a certain state sometimes. Right now, she should be in a state of utmost reverence. Projecting a complex persona, thereby making it more difficult for others to pin you down. Yes, that's right. Another trick for the toolkit. Chris, I think you're thinking way too much. I'm just a rookie and the world's best knight is standing right in front of me. Isn't it normal to be nervous? Besides, it's a perfect time to ask for an autograph. Wait, how should I go about asking for that? Hey, you've already said it. Consider it done. A little thing like that is no sweat at all. Oh my goodness, I'm going to cherish this forever. Today is seriously my lucky day. Oh right, I have to thank you too, Mika. If you hadn't come to me for help, I never would have had such an amazing opportunity. Next time you need anything, I'll be here to lend a hand. Huh? Well, thanks in advance, but that's mainly because our honorary knight and Paimon are so kind and sincere. Stop selling yourself short. You keep acting like this, you'll make the rest of us feel guilty for even taking a paycheck. Honestly, Triss is exactly like you in that regard. He's clearly mastered his cartography skills, but the way he carries himself. Hey, wait a minute. If we were on the battlefield against each other, I would have been completely fooled. Is this some kind of scheme you two have kicked up? Huh? Isn't this how this works? This went way over Paimon's head. Perhaps he's simply pursuing perfection in his cartography skills. You're flattering me too much, Honorary Knight. Honestly, when it comes to cartography, especially the surveying process, you always feel like you haven't done enough. That's because you're not the only person affected by the results. Instructor Mika's right. That's what I'm always thinking about. Staying on top of every single detail. I have to be absolutely 100%, 101% certain there's no room for error. Speaking of which, why don't we let our Honorary Knight try out the surveying and searching challenge that Triss designed? It's the perfect challenge to see how good he really is. You mean she? That seems like a good idea. If our Honorary Knight and Paimon have the time. Are you sure we can handle it? Surveying sounds super complicated. We haven't studied any of that stuff. I'm new to this, so is Paimon. Ah, that's okay. Our goal is to design a survey route that even a novice can grasp on their first try. This way we can easily guide our new recruits. Clearly and easily. Thanks to the connections we made during our last joint exercise, we received help from allied troops from various different nations this time. This allowed us to survey and search objects across various terrains. Of course, we must share the experience and lessons we learned with our allies in return. That way we can grow stronger together. Even if the terrain is diverse and the surveying process is quite complex, this should still be child's play for our Honorary Knight, as adventure experience is a league of its own. If that's the case, how about we give it a try? After all, Traveler is a genius and become a total pro at anything right on the spot. You flatter me, Paimon. Feel free to continue. Anything to say, Elowen? Hello, Honor Knights. Hopping. Don't sob. That's not what I wanted to do. I want to talk to Mika. How was the experience, Honorary Knight? I think Triss has a knack for this. The challenge should help you understand several key points of surveying. Even a beginner can grasp it with ease. Well, that's good. Triss is very talented and diligent. If he delivers something that everybody's happy with, it'll surely boost his confidence. As for Elowen, she may be better at some things than others, but she excels in many areas. Not an exaggeration to call her an all-rounder, especially when it comes to cooking. Everyone who's been to the Reconnaissance Company camp can't stop raving about it. You're making me want to try it. Feel free to drop by more often. Once they finish their surveying exercises, I should have some free time too. Actually, they weren't the only ones honing their skills this time. I've been revisiting the basics myself. My perspective and experience have evolved, and my current vantage point has actually given me a whole new set of ideas. Ultimately, I hope everyone finds this experience fruitful. Alright. We've got... everything's unlocked with that one. The rolling hills can easily obscure the observer's line of sight. To quickly pinpoint the location of the calibration target, you'll need the help of your compass. I'm assuming we're not actually needing a compass? Calibration objects set up by the knights are present within the stage. Travelers must mark their locations on the map as accurately as possible. While mapping, the special map will display only limited scene information, such as the compass and the simulated landmarks. The map can also display the direction that the traveler is facing, but not their exact position. When you click any position on the map to mark it, a marker will appear at the corresponding location in the scene. If the marker is close enough to the target, the measurement is successful. Compasses placed by the knights will appear in the scene to assist with traveler with calibration. Once activated, their positions will be shown on the special map.
I used to take long walks in Silver Moon Hall every day, so don't worry about me. I can keep up.
Okay, so that's where I am. Okay, there's another compass here. I'm guessing it's gonna be somewhere... Oh, did I just miss that? That would be... Okay, there's that ledge, so it's like right for that ledge here? No. Where am I? Okay, the one compass is there. So it's in the middle of these two. Am I on the wrong side? Is that it? If I'm facing that, I'm on the right side. Facing that, I'm on the right side. How is that not it? There's two ledges. There's ledge number 1, ledge number 2. Kid from Mars, I'm figuring that out myself. Oh, I think I see it. So I think I'm here then. That more correct? There we go. Okay. I kind of see it. R2 calibration target has appeared. Alright. Here we go. Now this is on the right side. It's up here. There's the fold, and it's slightly up, so like right here. A little further in. A little bit further in, but definitely the right idea. Down we go. I'm guessing the margin for error is about 10 meters. Could be 5 meters. R3 calibration target has appeared. I don't know if I need the compasses. Right. This is right around here, about a third of the way up top, so like right here. Let's see what the error margin is here. 4.2 meters, so it's somewhere between 5 and 10. 5,160. Scouting the winding coast. If you focus only on the distant sea, it will be difficult to determine your position, but if you pay more attention to the coastlines, which can be rather distinctive, you may be able to orient yourself better. Let's try to do this one without the compasses. Also, Thandy, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? So you got a compass. Welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Genshin for the moment. Sky, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Okay, so there's that. Alright, Eula. Do I have access to the map? Okay, so this is the map. This is on the far edge. Got a large rock getting half taken up. I think we're like right here. That's the rock, then we're here. Nice. Yes, we were able to finish the blade edit from yesterday, and we're probably gonna have to be doing another edit today. Just want to get through some of the events that are going to be ending soon-ish. Unicorn, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? So that is directly across. Either here or here. I think it's the other island, but I'll give it a check. Yeah, it's on the other island. Not to left or right. Over here. Still a little too far. Yeah. I definitely think it's like an 11, 12 meter, or like 10 meter margin for error. There we go. Dead center. On me, anyway. Alright, so 7.1 meters. Round 3 calibration target is over there. So where we are... so that's gonna cut... do that. Coming through. This entire island is in the map. So we were here. We went across the water. Are we on this island? We're near the barrier. Would imply either here. But we don't have a giant rock, so it can't be that one. Can't be this. It could be this. Got a rock with... Determines if... Depends if they're counting this as... Well, let's see. We're facing that. We're down and to the right, so we'd be around here. Nice. 5.2 meters. Nice. Alright, round 3. Exploring the vast, unmarked plains. Boundless plains may seem to offer a wide field of vision, but they can also easily cause one to lose their sense of direction. In such circumstances, one would be wise to use suitable reference points as parts of any survey and mapping of their surroundings. Very well. Let's see what you got. Derek DeCastro, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Okay, so... There's the first one. You got the teleport waypoint to my right, or to my left. Left and... I'm trying to see... Where's that bridge? Is that the bridge? Broken bridge right there. That's the broken bridge. Assuming right around here. A little too far forward, but right idea. So it's like more here. How close is that? Too far still? No, okay. 1340. Unfortunately, I can't see the road. That would be a pretty good marker to have. Let's see. Okay, so here's this ledge. It's right before the edge of the ledge, like right here. Unfortunately, Brayden, I'm in the middle of an event right now, so I do apologize. 52 meters, okay. Calibrate, so that was 52 meters. I feel like it's... This is the edge of that ledge. This should be right here. Why is that not there? Definitely not that. Also, just because I'm curious, do these work for any reason? Oh, they do. I mean, I don't know why that would be relevant, but they do work. I mean, you've got the teleport waypoint way over there. Everything looks like it lines up to this being right here. The bridge should be... Maybe it's further down? You wanted me to go, like, here? Doesn't look right. Okay. Another calibration target, further down.
I don't sing for anyone in particular.
So it's straight down, down the
If
ledge.
someone stops to listen, I hope it provides a moment of peace all the same.
This has got to be, like, right here. A little bit closer and I would have been fine. Darn. Okay, so it's definitely right around 10. That's right there. Hey for the follow, Brayden. What do you mean by help you explore, Brayden? Just out of curiosity. 4560, nice. Select stage. Probing the meandering waters. While sometimes a complex environment and various scenic elements around you can be distracting, rivers always flow in one direction. I don't really know what you mean by... It's not like the river flow is going to help me at all. See here. So that's the tree. We are to the left side of the tree. If I had to guess, where's the upper raised area? The river blocking through. We're like right here. Too far up. Darn it. 13 meters. So we're a little further back. So we're like right here. Nice. Take that. Right, Shallows, welcome to the stream. How you doing tonight? Where's the other one? There it is. So, just right of the tree. Right here. Gonna get... I can't... Okay, yes. Like, dead center on where I'm at. 0.3 meters. Nice. And here... So we were on that little island. This should actually be very easy if it shows up on the map. It should be either right here or right here. Where's that other... There's the big loop. So it's got to be this one. This should be dead center. Yep. That should be 0.0 meters. Yep. Max score. Nice. When the surrounding landscape is monotonous, looking for a distinctive landmark becomes essential. Even amid the vast stretches of crimson sand, some ruins remain standing, never fully buried by time. Oh no, not the desert. Those who don't know, who've maybe have played Genshin GeoGuessr, the desert is horrible for this sort of stuff. All right. We're near the edge of the map. The ruins are directly in front of us, so like right here. Slightly too far. Yeah, 13 meters. So I said there, it's more like... I'm going to guess that the second one is, yep, there. So that should be like right here. Is that within 10 meters? I can't tell. Yeah, okay, so it's 10 meters. I assumed it would be, but still. This is right after them. We're close to the edge. About right there. Can we get right here? No, we cannot get right there. But it is directly parallel to where that is. So I said there, so it's like right here. There we go. Record. 4860. No, don't try again. Alright, well that's all we can do on that one for right now. Challenge not really failed. So, for the YouTube video that this will likely become, I will do the other one tomorrow. Also, my goodness, the weather changed a lot.
Without lightning to give warning, the sound of thunder is quite startling.
There you go. There should be a cut to the final day for the YouTube right about now. Well, that gives me an edit for that. Shiki, welcome to the stream. Lulu, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Okay. Let's go ahead and grab our rewards, chat. How to do the event? It's basically just GeoGuessr, Shiki. If you're familiar with GeoGuessr, then you'll be familiar with that. That's the best way I think I can put it. So that should give us this, I think. Yes. We also have a Selenic Chronicle to complete. And
It's clear again. We should be able to see the moon tonight.
grab that. Okay. Add Astra Abyssas. Yep, got you covered. Okay, so Parametric Transformer. Worry about that in a second. Then we can go to... Do we have any? No. Not have any... So it's basically Selenic and... No, I maxed out all my Natlan reputation, so that makes sense. I guess that leaves Selenic Chronicles. Let's see what the Selenic Chronicles is. Since we are in the final phases of it. And by phases, I mean, I think we're literally on the last one. I see a cooking pot. Am I making dinner for Columbina? Like she got some stuff from the Frost Moon Scions. Well, she's eating.
Is it just Paimon, or do you smell something yummy too?
Num 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 num. Columbina, do you have some pie and various breads and berries?
Columbine is having a feast for one! Traveler, Paimon.
Num 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 num.
Looks like someone's enjoying herself. Would you like to try some as well?
No, you go ahead.
We don't usually see you eating here. Did you go out just to buy it?
I don't think she bought this.
Llama gave it to me. Wow.
That makes sense.
She sure takes good care of you, huh?
I would imagine so, considering even, with the many things that went on during the story quest, technically Columbine is still their deity.
On the condition that I don't leave.
Okay.
What? Isn't that just a bribe so you'll accept house arrest? And a cheap one at that.
For once I agree with Paimon.
She also brought me some interesting books and exquisitely made toys. Now it sounds more like a mother going out on a business trip and the kid she's leaving at home.
Llama explain her reasoning?
She just told me not to go out for the time being, and to be especially sure to avoid the Frost Moon Scions. I asked the animals who came to deliver my meals, but Llama had instructed them to remain silent. Hence,
Oh, my bad.
if I had to guess, she is preparing something that has to do with me.
Oh, I wonder if this would have come out around the time of the update, so I wonder if this is related to the story, the chapter, the Moonprayer Night.
Worry not. I have never considered staying here boring in the first place. The food is good, and much to my liking. Not going out is fine with me. And if the Scions are indeed preparing for something, well, all the more reason not to interrupt them.
Let's go ask around.
Yeah! Paimon's kind of curious now, too! You can, but you should be prepared. She likely knows you'll come to see me, so she may not tell you anything at all.
Are we just getting teleported to the Frost Moon Scions? Yes, we are.
You want to renovate the statue of Kutor?
Precisely so. No longer is she the wingless Kutar who could only gaze at the moon beyond the skies in solitude. We witnessed her unfurling her wings, and know she has regained the freedom to live. As such, it is only right that the statue too be restored.
That does sound like a good idea.
Have you told the other Frost Moon Scions about this?
That I have. I spoke to them of the moon goddess's sacrifice, and her return, and of how we stood against the force that pollutes this world with the guidance of that gentle light.
Are we referring to Dottore or Rarir? Or is this one of those answers that's just yes?
Everyone was delighted to hear of her return, so I took the opportunity to convey Columbina's thoughts to them.
Okay.
That she wants to see us as family, and would like us to do the same for her.
And like any family, you decided to modify a giant statue of her that you put on your front lawn. And what did everyone say?
The Lady Moon Goddess.
Would we not be overstepping by regarding her as family?
I believe that this is what Columbina genuinely wishes for.
It makes sense that the older generation would be
I can't
a little
believe the
strict.
Lady Moon Chanter referred to our moon goddess by her first name.
Perhaps you may all yet recall the words I spoke not long ago. The road shall be paved with truth, and we shall pave it ourselves. I will not ask all of you to make the same choice as I, but I do have words I would like to share with you this day. If we wish to invite the moonlight in to stay, we must first open doors that once were tightly shut. That is what happened. Considering the situation over the past few days, things seem to have gone better than I thought they might have.
Lady Llama, a new batch of stone has arrived at the warehouse.
Understood. I'll be right over. Could you keep what I said, including what you've seen, A secret from Columbina? At least for now. I'd like this to be a surprise.
Sure thing.
Paimon knows you mean well.
I likely won't get the
seriously,
dialogue anyway.
You sure do love your surprises. You and your moon goddess.
My lips are
Hey,
sealed.
Mama, about Paimon's hush money. Paimon meant to say, we don't happen to have any spare Feast of the Moon servings today, do we?
That we do. Come, let me prepare some for you. Oh, and
Paimon taking bribes. Oh, one more thing. What's the one more thing? Am I going back? Oh,
You're back.
yep.
Guess what, Colomina? You were right. Wilma didn't tell us a thing.
She seems quite busy, though.
We'll be keeping you company over the next few days. You just sit tight and keep those expectations high. Expectations for what exactly? Nothing. We don't know a thing, honest. Very well then. I look forward to spending the next few days with you.
Oh, is this like literally just gonna be a time skip from for a few days? Yay! Music playing. Putting a giant campfire like that next to, you know, giant fields of flowers does not seem like the smartest idea. Long plume ibis. Is it done?
Here comes our food. Wait a minute. Where's the grub?
Is it done?
It says the time has come. Do you know what that means?
Yes, typically it means execute order 66, but I'm going to assume that it does not mean that in this case.
Oh, Paimon gets it now.
Columbina.
Yes,
Usually wear a blindfold, don't you?
yes. What of it? But you can use Kuvaki to observe the outside world even so, right? That's right. If anything, I sense things more clearly this way. Then, could we ask you to deliberately not sense any changes outside for the time being? So that this can be a pleasant surprise?
Indeed.
Sounds like you've already guessed what this is about. All right, I see. In that case, would you take my hand?
Are we basically literally going to have to guide her out of here because she's basically turning off her sense of vision?
Here we
Open your eyes now. Oh, quite literally opened her eyes.
are. She really did open her eyes.
Uh-huh. I just said that without thinking.
It's beautiful. This pair of wings makes it look all the more complete.
This is a gift we Frost Moon Scions would like to give you, Columbina. To celebrate our goddess who can now fly free, whose fingers can at last touch the place she calls home.
The me from before would only be reminded of the confusion I felt upon being born, whenever I looked upon this statue. But now, what I feel is the warmth of a home. Perhaps, like this statue, I have chosen to stay here, even though I now have wings. Thank you all.
We do have another gift prepared, but you'll have to walk with me a bit farther.
Huh? There's another surprise?
My fellow Scions and I have organized a simple welcome banquet in the forest. From now on, this
yes,
will be
food.
your home as well, Columbina. Whenever you grow homesick, please feel free to remain here and enjoy our hospitality, meager though it may be.
Uh-huh.
Sure. I will.
Well, what do you know? The moon's up.
Let's go then.
It's almost like they did this at nighttime, so the moon would be in the sky.
It is my hope that every night may be as wonderful as that moon prayer night.
Okay, so
Welcome
that gives
home,
us a little bit.
Columbina.
Ah. So that tells us when this was. Is that a permanent... Oh yeah, it's a permanent change. Huh. Interesting. Well, I'd walk a bit further, but I don't think that it would matter. May as well recharge my ultimate with that deer while I'm right here. Hey deer, do you mind? Give me a recharge. Thank you. So half of Llama's character arc ends up being about essentially reforming the Frostmoon Scion's beliefs. Yeah, very true. How many do we have left of the Selenic Chronicles? I think we're, what, 2 or 3 in?
This is your magic teacher speaking. The trial is over. You were unable to obtain your witch license. Huh?
Bad Kuhengi noises.
Is that it? This volume seems rather short.
Probably one of Nicole's. Let's see. So yeah, we're 2 through, so 12 days left. We get the Wings of the Silent Moon. There you go. What do we got here? Do I have the ability to have these? Is this enough? Extract that. Then we can go into the teapot and grab the materials from there, and that should be enough to let us ascend. Thanks for the likes on the live, everybody. Appreciate it. It's the statue of the Cleaven.
This realm is true.
Which is the official name. Alright. Anybody upgraded? No. Right. Depot. 1200 for that. You get 3 of these. Alright. Alright. That's as much as we can get there.
If you ever
have any questions about the realm within, you may ask me. Alright. Can I get this? What I'd like to do is get this as close to finished as possible. And then just throw a plus 20 artifact in there. That it's mostly filled up for next time. Like so. Sanctifying elixir complete. Right. We can work a little bit on Linnea. Ooh, what is Linnea's best option right now for leveling? Linnea's at 80. Artifacts 4-piece silken. Talents 187. Tori has reset, so we can do Tori. Oh, Doctor. A word, if you do not mind. Get over here. Thanks for giving me cover, Dottore. Let's have some pain.
That's more like it. Some results of a thank. Good. Keep it up. I'm still collecting data. Found you. Excellent. You barely managed to touch my level.
Have I now? I don't need to clear any effect. You're going to be dead in 2 seconds. Down you go, Dottore.
So you'd rather wallow in this rotten, decaying world?
Get out of here. Of course I get the one that I don't need. Did I at least get a good artifact? Absolutely not. What do we think this is? Okay. Well, at the very least, let me check the talents. Linnea, talents. Honestly, I mean, we seem to be fairly close in that regard. Let's see. Come here, you. Okay. Also, let's go ahead and find. We only got 2 artifacts. We can't do that. Filter by character, Linnea. So grab Zingcho for a refund here. Thank you, Zingcho. Then we needed to convert these over. I'm running out of Dream Solvent, so gotta keep that in mind. Alright. Perfection. Alright, Linnea, let's give you whatever I can give you. I need to get you to level up. What can I do? Can I get you reasonably? I need 19. I have how much resin available? How much can I get? I have 60 saved from the pass. Probably get fairly close here to getting that resin, so that's another 120. So that's 3 runs. Yeah, we could probably get it done. Let's see. Wake up.
And know my heart. Judgment.
And boom.
Concluded.
Are you on NA, Brayden?
Observe and know my heart.
Installation chamber. Leave this place.
Test concluded.
Terrible artifact.
Observe and know my heart.
Cleanups against
Judgment. Test concluded.
Alright. Let me put that UID in. Getting nothing out of that, huh? Should put us about halfway to getting her there. 10 out of 20? Yeah, 10 out of 20. Alright. And I got a couple wishes I can spend, so let me do those real quick. See if we can get her weapon. I doubt it, because we're like maybe 10 to 12 into pity. 5. Okay, so 6 into pity. I'll take an early 4-star, because that is a additional wish. Alright. Da-da-da-da-da. Go. This you, Braden? Minty Star, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Levi, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? I'm gonna give it a minute here for Braden to respond. If Braden doesn't respond, I am going to go. How's it going, Prepara? Welcome to the stream. If you likes on the live, greatly appreciate it. Okay. Well, chat, you are witness. The person did ask for help. After I was done fighting that boss, I did go to help them. And I asked if this was them. And then they were not here to respond. So I did attempt to help them.
Would you like to go moon gazing?
Eh.
You can sit in my rocking chair and admire the view. Or we could
That is you. Okay, let me re-enter that then.
and gaze down to that. Whatever you prefer.
Alright, let me do this. Da-da-da. No worries. Hello, hello. I shall follow you. Gotcha, gotcha. Can do. No worries. Alright, or you'll follow me. Alright. Da-da-da-da-da. I'm gonna drown. Why couldn't they have let it made Columbina be able to glide on water or walk on water? I get she's not, you know, the water goddess, but it would have made sense. There's literally cutscenes where she's doing that. I need another Need another where chest. Just. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna drown again if I do that.
Three moons converge. Surge.
Da 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 da. That did not help planning. Up we go. Grab that in the meantime.
A new moon rises. Surge.
Percent. Guessing most of these areas are so Dragonspine, Bishi Plains, fairly explored. Got it. At this point, just going around looking for chests here.
Shelter and listening to the rain cleanse the earth makes me feel safe.
Alright, there's one up there.
Without lightning to give warning, the sound of thunder is quite startling.
Come on. Here you go. Yep. Should be a chest here. There is.
Forest, protect.
Grab this while we're here, because that gives Primo Gems as well. Ta-da! Assuming there's one here as well. No. Down we go.
Wayne.
Right. Grab this. Shouldn't you? There we go. Here's that. Healy up there. Right. Da-da-da-da-da. Okay. Phone chat. We have a Twitch bot again. More correctly, the third one's over here. Though I will admit, it has been a while since I did this.
Leave this place.
Is that third? In here? I don't remember. See that? This one.
Rush is the moon.
I don't think my elemental sight works on other people's ceilings. Could be wrong though. Oh, it does. So there is another Sealy somewhere here. I don't believe it was locked behind the world quest. Up here? Oh, is it on... Hold on, I think I might remember. Is it on top of the galley? Come on, let me up. Let me up. There it is, yep. Ta-da. For another chest while I'm up here. Doesn't look like there's any in this area. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. All right, kind of forgot there were two people there. After that, I'll teleport here.
Even when the night is gone, and even when the sky is hidden from view, still the...
Okay. And now we will go over to... No. Dot. Welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Neat. Coming through. The Ghost Jester, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Moondragon, welcome to the stream. How you doing today?
Yep.
Da-da-da-da. Let me grab Arena. Da-da-da-da.
Strike a pose!
There we go. We just chillin', folks. We just chillin'.
Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you. Insolence shall be punished.
And over here. Basically just looking for anything that I can see that's visible. There's a challenge there. Maybe there's a chest here? Yes.
Strike a pop!
Da, 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 da. That. Da, 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 da. They have stopped. Oh, the next thing we're doing that.
Let's get down to business. Finally, I you win.
It's that other one that I saw. I thought I saw a second chest, did I not? Down here. That's just a random Nobushi.
It's my lucky day.
It's been a while since I've seen that in the open world. Kind of forgot about that.
Another test.
Swear. I think this is where.
You win.
Is it here? Yeah. I don't think I can arm this, if I remember correctly. I can't shoot this in other people's worlds.
Yep.
Though, given it's not interactable, I'm gonna guess that the ability to use them has not been unlocked yet. You will not be able to use that. Azuma City looking like 13%. So there should be a few more chests scattered around.
It's my lucky day.
Picked the wrong test subject.
Picked the wrong test subject. All right.
Shower me with praise!
Well, there'll be a few of those over across Narukami. We can get. Oh, this person is trying to climb up to. Oh, they disconnected. Okay. Well, we're gonna be heading out early anyway, because that was about a half hour spent on helping there. Which I think is reasonable.
Observe and know my heart.
So, I know my heart.
Judgment.
Installation chamber deployed. Ultimatum protocol.
Alright.
Each test concluded.
Right. Another 3 of there. Another bad artifact there. Let me make sure. Do I have enough for another run? I do not. And we're not spending Primo Gems on that, so... Trying to think if there's anything else I would think of off the top of my head. I don't think so. You have an achievement, apparently. For what, I don't know. Lead the adventure of Rene. Oh, all these. Coordinate with Dex. Review Zeitlin and her sister's memories. Destiny, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Try spreading your newfound wings. Explore the inside of the miniature landscape. Embrace trajectory to embrace the mortal world or transcender, but two trajectories along the same path. Arrive at the mortal world or transcend. So that's glitched. Arrive at the central zone of the pillar of space. Why are you glitching? Okay. Are you fixed now? Yes. Cool. Alright. And we have mail from, I'm guessing it was someone's birthday. Yoink this. Was it someone's birthday, in fact? Let's find out. Yes. And a code redeem for 30. Alright. So then we'll head over to Where is it? No worries, Braden. No worries. All right. We need to go to Toga. Welcome to the stream. How you doing today? I need to find the Abad of... Where's the Nodcry? Where's Nodcry? Somewhere around here. Need the newest one of these so we can get Linnea going. Yes, this one. Well, let me check really quickly on the other towns I'm needing to level up. Jabai, I know your weapon needs to be leveled. And let me take that ability to get that real quick. We're fairly close to getting that to level 90, so we should go ahead and do that. Then we'll give the Lunar Crystallized team a try. Donna, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Hello, hello.
Cleanup sequence initiated.
We are currently just doing some Linnea and Zabai farming. Getting ready to do some tests of the Geo team. Do I need more than that? I don't think I need more than that. Let's see. How are you this fine evening? Let's see here. Not you. Alright, weapons, enhance. Obviously that's 7 of 27. This can make 4, so we're good to go there. I can make 50 of those, so actually I'm just straight up good to go. Let me head to Mondstadt, because it's the easiest place to get to from here without a crafting bench. And we should be good. Is that oh, okay, well, looks like we have a thing after all. Even though it didn't show up on the map, that was Seamus Peg. Alright, not Linnea, Zabai. Let me make... This should... Just maxing this out should be enough. Thanks for the bonus. Thank you, Risley, for absolutely nothing, as you've given me nothing with your bonusing. So, thanks for that. Probably should have done the thing that gives me 25% of the refund instead of the guy that gives me 10% chance of getting an improvement, but still. Alright. Zabai! Yeah, vote an upgrade for your weapon. And we should be able to just 90 this thing right off the bat. Da-da-da-da. Nice. Level 90 on the Light-Bearing Moon Shard. What are your talents? 188. I can't do anything until you get ascended anyway. And then for this one, it's basically the same thing. We'll level you up. And then we'll head over to the Columbina domain. Well, technically not the Columbina domain that I use, but the Columbina domain that most people use. To try to get some artifacts for Linnea, and I assume Zabai probably wants the same thing, though I'm not 100% certain. Oh, she wants Night of the Sky's Unveiling. But Linnea, unless that's changed, wants... Yeah, she wants Abad. And you know what? Let's do Columbina,
Allow me to lend you some moonlight.
Zabai,
Clear skies grace our onward journey.
Linnea,
Where are we gonna explore today?
and Ino. So that gives us a full lunar crystallized team. So let's see what this happens.
Without further ado, the sky's clear, the glazed moon shines!
Three moons converge. The rainbow, as you like.
Oh, there you go. There definitely did seem to be some decent damage in there. I'll give it that. Any good artifacts? No, no. Alright. Very well, very well. Have that.
Lofty wisdom will show us the way!
Okay. There does seem to be some merit to Lunar Crystallize. I'll give it that. Nope. 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 And we got one to go. Alright.
Three moons converge. Shine like a gemstone. Come say hi.
Without further ado, divine light, shield them! Like the dust!
Okay. There does seem to be some merit there. Ether, thank you for the follow. Greatly appreciate it. How you doing today? And nope. 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 Unfortunate. There you go. So I kind of just like it unadorned. Read. Dressalia, Twisted Planter. Colonel Blossom and a Frost Lamp Flower. Let's save that and we'll do it all at once. When we get to level 5, Friendship. Which honestly shouldn't take that long. As long as I'm using her regularly. Alright. Well then, for Genshin, that's about all we can do at this point. So we're gonna go off of that. And move into da-da-da. Today's edit, of which we have 2.5 hours of our 4-hour stream. So we shall see how this goes. This is a custom little edit that I put together. In terms of the audio, slightly off center. I can fix that. That's about as dead center as it's gonna get, isn't it? Come on. King of Salvation, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? There we go. All right, and then cool. All right. Here, change up the stream title. Barrel to fetch settings from YouTube. Thanks for nothing. Switch this over to Honkai Star Rail. Update. And then same for Twitch. Um, da, 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 da. Sure everything's working. Yes. Okay. Alrighty. Let us see here. Also, let me change this over to Honkai Star Rail because we're no longer doing Genshin related things. Alright, so this is a custom one that combines the Amelie and regular version of Your Idol from K-Pop Demon Hunters. Not everything's got to be funk edits, but I do want to include some additional things. We are once again going to try and keep this as edited as possible. Let's see. Pray for me now. I know that there's a Casterus in Nameless Faces. That would work here. And then I know that in her, which would have been 3.2, 3.1? 3.2 was when she came out, right? Farewell Pentagon through the little 4.2? 4.2. 4.2. No, that's it's not 5.2, right? I'm not crazy. Yeah. Repose, I know that much. Yeah, it's through the petals of the land to repose. I thought so. Okay. Let's see here. So there is. Where's Cass? Where is Casterus? There we go. Here is my extension. Yep. Transitions. There we go. Or if this looks good, if we put a transition at the very beginning. Let's see. We have to do it like this. Let's put it before then. Right. I kind of want it to be start with this. Pray for me now. I don't think there's a better one. Get there. So I do think there's one or two moments that we can use from Caster's trailer. Work here. Can't think of any other moments that would involve any semblance similar to prayer here. I know that, yeah, because there's this cutscene. Guess I could get the all Amphorius cutscenes as well if this looks like it might be a bit too slow. Da-da-da. Might be a bit too slow. Okay. We grab those, we grab that. Brad Burr, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? So then, this would obviously go here. Like that. Then we do. Let's see if we can get the actual lyrics to this song in the. Let's see what this is. Day of Wrath. We return to ashes, cursed master, in eternal flames. That's what it is. Day of Wrath. Day of Wrath. That makes me think Nikador. Nikador makes me think 3.1. That makes me think Mighty, whose trailer is literally called Wrath of Man. Yeah. Right. Can we get rid of the glitchiness and just do just the... Right. A little bit too slow. This shouldn't be. Might be better if I flip it. Text window. Flip. That better. Not really. Might be better if I do this. So start with this and then move into the other one. Not what I wanted you to do. Thank you, though. There we go. Let's see. That there for a second. It. Let me get the eye. Sure. Because I want to end up when I get to now. That seems like a good place to put it. Welcome back, Thrandy. We finished the main Genshin event. It's not exactly a My Day edit. If you're familiar with recent movies, you might recognize this is a modified version of this song using the Jing Liu. The voice actors for Jing Liu did a version of this song, and I combined the two together. But yeah, so we have, it's actually merging the Saja Boys version and the Amelie Jingliu's VA's version of it. So we shall see how that goes. I know that this movie is still incredibly popular for whatever reason. So may as well take advantage of that fact for a decent edit. And it's probably just the Chryso series in general, matching the lyrics as best as I can. For example, and I also have the English lyrics pulled up, so even in these foreign language, I know what the words mean. For example, this area with My Day, despite being from a foreign translation, is Day of Wrath that will return you to ashes, first master in eternal flames. Which when I think of Day of Wrath, I think of Mighty, due to the fact that not only is his trailer called Wrath of Man, but, I mean, if we think about Kremnos, everybody was kind of angry in Kremnos, I'm not gonna lie. That. I have a reference to a Latin choir song, if I recall correctly, Start Your Idol. Yeah, I think so. Not 100%. Oh, that could work. Hold on. I was trying to think of what I was at the very start. I was like, can I think of other characters that are into like prayer? Because all of these poses, like this is very much feels like Castris is praying. In fact, I think this is literally her making an offering to the god of death in this cutscene. I can't think of anybody else that would really fit that mold in Star Rail that I can actively remember having a reverence or anything like that. At least one that was particularly shown. As far as I can remember, anyway. Feel free to correct me if you remember anybody. Unless we're talking about, like, not Anaxa. Anaxa is the exact opposite of reverence for the gods. Unless we're talking about Argenti's reverence for plants. I should get that properly set. Go. There we are. Right there. And actually doesn't revere the gods. He just respects them. I mean, when he died, he was ooh. Hold on. I'll think about it. But he does have that scene where he's bowing before Cersei's. I forgot about that one. So that could work. Let me do like an 80% speed and see if that looks good. No, it's a little too jaggedy. Actually, hold on. So if I do that, we cut there. We add another zoom. I believe he was doing that for the sake of solving something. I forgot, but it might work here. Yeah. I'm trying to think if anybody else that I can think of comes in. Hyacinth never really did. In fact, her reverence for her god was broken. Aglaya never really had much of that. Mighty never really... I mean, he was actively warring against Nikador. Didn't really ever see anybody deal anything with Orynyx. Never really saw Trian or the Tribi triplets do anything. Maybe... Hold on. Okay, well, first off, let me do this. Grab that. Yeah, everyone shows for respects and reveres Kepali, but I don't think anyone was ever actually shown. That's the weird thing. But now that I'm thinking about it, there was someone that people did revere that wasn't a goddess. What was the name of that? I have it. I just need to remember what it was called. No. Was not If We Have Wings. It's not Stonehearts. Not Swelter. It's not After the Sunset. Star Sound is Enigmas? Star Sound is Enigmas? Nope, that's Herda. Hold on. I'm cooking, chat. I'm cooking. I just need to remember the name. It is... Goodness. It is The First Dawn of Destiny. It's Treebees, because I believe there's a cutscene in her Myriad Celestia, or her Golden Epic PV, that is everyone worshipping Treebios. Saridra could also work. I'll have to check Saridra's trailer to see if she had anything. But I know that First Dawn of Destiny, if I'm not misremembering, has Treebios worshipping at the edge of a cliff. Yes. With that, we have this, we have this. So we need one. Oh, wait, hold on. Mighty. Was Mighty... Didn't Mighty have a bow in front of Nikador, now that I'm thinking about it? At one point? got his power. Yes. There. Like there. Then that gives us 4. I kind of like that a little more than her standing at the edge of the cliff because it gives you more detail. Oh, sorry. That wasn't her praying at the edge of a cliff. That was her jumping off the edge of a cliff. Very big difference. Very big difference. Now we don't have to use just Castros. Instead of this, we use where's the... Did I not cut it out correctly? Where did I put it? There it is. There it is. It's not... Wait, let me just do this. I can just lock this. Prevent that from happening. There we go. Also, if anybody has any suggestions about characters they'd like to see in the edit, feel free to put your suggestions in. This one's most likely going to be Amphorius specific, but I'm also open to including characters that aren't the Chrysos heirs, because technically there are trailers for like Nikador, and I know Nikador had a bunch of cutscenes and had spots in trailers. I don't know about the rest of them. Could use Lygus somewhere, true. Ooh, You bring that up. I really think. Hold on. Where is my all Amphorius cutscenes? Do we think we want to include this chat? At the very end of Amphorius. Where is it? Where are you? If you know, chat, what I'm particularly looking for. Do we want to use that? Yeah, that's there's that one scene where he's basically presenting Amphorius to Noose, his ridiculous creation. This is exactly what I was thinking of. Do we want to use this? Do we like that better than putting Maide or Tribi in? Or Anaxa? Do we like this more? It is an option. Yeah, I have to see it to really know if it fits better than it. Let's do the Chrysos heirs first, and then we'll slot in slot in Lygus and see if we like it better. So 1, 2, 3. And where's Anaxa? One I might need to. That's not Anaxa, that's Mighty. Where's the Anaxa one? There it is. No, that's Lygus. Where did Anaxa go? Anaxagoras, where did you go? Did I accidentally get rid of you when I was going through all these? I think I did. My bad. Sorry, Anaxa. That's my fault. That's my bad, man. And now I think let's just clean this up. Because I think I just got rid of, I just got rid of Lygus if I do that. So, don't need that. Don't need that right now. Don't need that. Don't need that. All right, cool. Now let me re-grab the Anaxa one. Granted, of the 4, this is probably one of the better ones for reverence. Because as much as I don't think he liked Circe's, I do think he respected Circe's. Maybe not as much as a Dromos, but at least she challenged his intellect and wasn't outright hostile toward him. There's something. There's a like 1/10 of a cutscene that's triggering before that. Ah, there it is. Yep. There we go. It's like, what is that? That's it. Of those, I think any of them would be better with Lygus. If anything, it would be the mighty one. If only because it feels like there's it's less to be able to see. Do we think that Lygus being there is better than that? My ridiculous creation. Pop that off slightly. It's not overlapping. See if that fixes. I don't know. Something feels off about that transition. What do we think, chat? Do we think that My Day looks better? Or do we think that Lygus looks better? I think it's the way his arms move compared to the mostly still images prior. True. It also might be the centering, because this is character in center of frame, character in center of frame, character in center of frame, kind of all over the place. So maybe My Day works better just because he's in the center of the frame. Okay, well, instead of doing just Mighty then, so what are the exact lyrics of this? It is Day of Wrath that will return you to ashes, Cursed Master, and Eternal Flame. This is all... Okay, so this is all just the first lyric. This is all just Day of Wrath. So Day of Wrath, I think we can keep as mighty. If only because then the next one is will return you to ashes. That makes me think of the fight scene between that could either go for Saridra, because there's a lot of cutscenes in the Deliverer trailer and Saridra's trailer herself where she's killed. You could include Nanook because of how big of an influence the destruction had over Emporius. For Wrath of Man? Or Day of Wrath? Oh, you know... Day of Wrath, I'm focusing maybe too much on Wrath. Hold on. Oh, don't do that. Want that. That's fine. Want to keep that. But Day of Wrath, that makes me, if I don't take that as literally, or rather if I take it as literally for the entire thing, Day of Wrath makes me think of the end of Emporius, when the culmination of everything happened. That would have been 3.6? I don't know why I'm saving that Lygus image, though I'm sure it might come up later. Oh, that's just that. I don't need that one. I think that was just called Deliverer Trailer instead of it being called. Day of Wrath makes me think of Finance Ascension once we saw him complete the cycle. Yeah, that could work too. See what this looks like, actually. Put that there. Let me get rid of this. Yeah, the problem is that this only goes... Yeah, it doesn't go far enough. Yeah, Wrath could also be useful when the Flame Reaver got into the main city. Akama? I don't think Flame Reaver ever got into Akama. At least not in any cutscene. Or he did get into Akama, but I don't think there was ever a cutscene for that. Okay, now hold on. That could work. There was a cutscene of them fighting the Flame Reaver and the sky turning red. Oh, right. I forget that was... I do remember the sky turning red. I forgot. I thought that was at the end of... I thought that was right after we took down Aquila, was when the sky turned red. Didn't the Flame River attack right after we took down Aquila? As soon as we got to the ground, but I think that Aquila... I think you're misremembering slightly. Because I think what happened is... Oh no, you're partially right, you're partially wrong. Flame Reaver was not in the city when that happened. Flame Reaver was attacking Cypher at the time, and when he killed Cypher, that triggered the end of her power to make everyone believe that Kefli was going to protect them for all eternity. And because of that, that's why the sky went red. So the Flame Reaver did cause that. He just wasn't in the city when he did it. He was in that city, the Death City. I forget the name. Yeah, now I'm remembering. Something like that, I think. The River of Styx, indeed. There's a name for the city that's in that river, but I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. I don't want to save that for In Eternal Flames. Day of Wrath. Iron Tomb. It might have been just called Styxia, honestly. It might have been Styxia. Styxia, City of Souls, or Styxia River of Souls, something like that. Iron Team being realized is also good for Day of Wrath. Yeah. Ooh. Hold on. Speaking of people being actualized, there's my M4's cutscenes. There's another character who was realized in the previous update that could work. If we're going for villains, villains could be the role of could be the theme of Day of Wrath. We've had a few of those. I'm looking for this one. Speaking of reveals, the reveal of Xandar 1 Kuwabara. Maybe go a little bit where it does that. Right there. What other villains did we have? We had Flame Reaver. I could probably pull that from the Finan trailer, I think. If I want a really good Flame Reaver scene. That or I could do his reveal, but I think his reveal is kind of overshadowed by Anaxa that's just straight up destroying him. Also, maybe I'm able to grab... We had Evernight, who is the villain for most of one patch, but I don't know if she's good for this. I'm thinking... Because it's 5 beats, so we need 5 scenes. I'm thinking Iron Tomb, Lygus, Nikador, Flame Reaver, and if I could find a cutscene, which I think there was one, when Finan turned into the avatar of Iron Tomb, the weird pixel thing, could probably work as the 5th. Oh, true, Aquila. Didn't think about Aquila. Aquila might work better than his actualization. I know that there's a... Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I think that needs to be moved slightly. That. That. Yeah, okay. So then Nikador would have been best in 3.1, because that's when he was the big bad. I guess technically 3.0 as well, but 3.1 was Light slips the gate, Shadow slips the throne. Shadow greets the throne. You can't tell, I've done a few Amphorius AMVs. Does the camera pan any more over to Flame Reaver? Yeah, it does a little bit. Let me see if I can get a little more. So that would put that to there. me see real quick. What have I got for Nikador options? Is there a good one in here, or do I need to go directly to the in-game client? Oh, I guess Nikador didn't even show up in the 3.0 trailer. Or the 3.1 trailer. So I guess I have to go... Zoe, welcome to the stream. I guess I have to go straight for the Amphorius cutscenes to get a good thing for Nikador. Let's see. Where is... Okay, so Nikador has to be before here. Where's that? Oh, you know what would be great? If I can find not the Nias one. You know Flame Reaver's ult type cutscene? That could be good for his part. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know if I can grab that. Where's the... I'm trying to find Nias. There it is. The scene... Because I'm thinking of two areas. There's this, and then there's a cut of him from of Titans and Mortal Realms. Let's see. Which do we like more? We have that. I would use the Nias himself, but I don't think we consider Nias the villain. That. There's also this. Let's see. We like... But they got that. We got option A. Option B. Honestly, I kind of think they're both good. That one keeps more with the fit. You prefer option A. Yeah, I kind of like option A better just because it's more colorful. Though I could definitely see that being used later because it is very well centered and everything. I also forget that we had a trailer just called just of the Titans. I guess I can look. Is there anything better? Oh, hold on. This might be better for Flame Reaver. Just depends on how quick it is. Say it's like right there. How much does that actually give me? Problem is that might be too quick. That looks like he's moving pretty quickly. Like right there? Let's see. Yeah, because everybody else is moving very slowly and deliberately. He's moving a little too quick. Did Flame Reaver never get... Wait a minute. Flame Reaver did have an aura farming moment. Hold on. Flame Reaver did have an aura farming moment. When he was in the Deliverer's Chamber, when he cut off Lygus' head. And he's standing behind Finan. Where was that? What that was 3.4? Would have been right after, would have been right around here. Yeah, right here, right here. He did have an aura forming moment. The one time he was moving slowly. Finland's in the middle of it, but hey, I mean, that's kind of appropriate. So we have two options here, because there's this. Yeah, he was just doing it fast. True. Honestly, Amphoreus will go down. I do not think they will ever beat the, at least not for a long time. I do not think they will ever beat the boss designs for Amphoreus and the boss lore. Nikador was incredible. The dragon didn't have a lot, but to be fair, the dragon was just kind of there as a piece to let us see the Death Titan. Oh yeah, the music was great. The Robin music from Penacony was still pretty good, but that's a very different vibe, to be fair. So I can get that too. We have that. There's also one from... We have this. That's the end of the Flame Reavers at that point. Finan. There was one other moment that I'm thinking, that I'm now remembering from this trailer that could work. At the very start of Finan's trailer. We have this. When are we putting Dawnbreaker and the Moonsickle together? Yeah, there were two versions of that. There's this one from from Finan's trailer, and the one from the cutscene itself. So I'm putting both and seeing what happens. So this is option one. Let me crop it down. Yeah, the final one that one does look a little shorter. Let's see. So we could probably get, let me see what happens if I speed that up to actually fit. So let's do a 200% speed. I don't think we need 200. I just want to see how much I do need. Oh, wow. We need 200%. Ooh. If we're having to speed that up to 200%, then I'm thinking that's not going to work out. That's going to look way too fast, I'm guessing. Let's see. It's not horrible. Let me see how much more there is after that. So we want to do it before the explosion. So we've got, we could maybe get like 180 and still be okay. That did not do 180, did it? Oh no, it did. 160? No, we need it. No, 200 is literally where we have to be. If we want that one, it has to be 200%. Or we've got this. There you are. Yeah, it looks natural for him, just fast. But then we do 200% here. How much does that need it? At 250. That's option 2. What was option 3? This one is not having it at all, but I wonder if it's cooler to have the unmasked Flame Reaver. I doubt it, but something like here probably to go in. Yeah, a little less than that. A little less. Actually, is that perfect? No, that was perfectly sized. Okay, I do think that this is the worst of the three options. Let me grab... I don't think this is gonna... I don't know. This one, I'm curious. Does it work well if it's the... Yeah. Right? Yeah. Unmasked Flame River kind of just looks like the NPC. So then we crop that down. We move this out. Do we like Flame River walking up behind Fine and Aura farming? Or do we like him uniting the Sickle and Spear? I kind of like this more. And I think it's better than the other one because it's a little more zoomed in. Yeah, uniting the Sickle and Dawnbreaker looks good. I guess we don't really... I guess we just assume it, but I wonder if Flame Reaver still called his sword Dawnmaker. After he, started killing everybody. And then Aquila would have been 3.4 if we want to use Aquila. Where the sky is set to fall. Or no, that's Dawn's Rise. Would have been Aquila. I just call it Dawnbreaker. I assume that's what he called it because they never said anything about it, though I do find it funny. I mean, he started going by a new name once he became the Flame Reaver. Because he was going by Castellana. So I just kind of find it funny that he... would still use that name. For the blade, because that blade was supposed to purge evil, I'm pretty sure. And yet he became the very evil he sought to destroy. In a sense, I get he was doing the job of preventing Iron Tomb from actualizing, but still, he killed a lot of his friends to do that. True. He just, became the evil to destroy the evil. Yes, just making some sacrifices. 330,556,338 times. How many Chrysosaurs are there that he can... let's just go with 10. So, what, 30.3 billion Chrysosaurs that he killed as a result of those infinite cycles? At least. Not counting any NPCs that may have gotten in his way. Yes. I prevented Iron Tomb from actualizing, but technically I killed 3.3 billion people. But they came back at the start of every cycle, so it's like I didn't kill them at all. No unnecessary casualties. Don't start glitching on me now. Oh, let me just do the rendering. Oh, wrong button. So let's throw... Let me get rid of that, because there's no real point in that being there. So for me now, so there's 3 left. 3 more beats to sync up. Enemies who are left. Pollux. Who am I forgetting? I think Evernight would still fit here. Because Evernight was evil until March got rid of her. Plus, if you, yeah, Evernight was still there, just kind of taking a nap after realizing that maybe killing everybody wasn't her best idea. Plus, if we're being honest, Evernight has her entire trailer just gives evil vibes, if we're being honest. Can I make, does this, oh, if this can work, then it would be comedy, it would be gold. It would be great. Actually, that does kind of work. That do kind of work, though. Is that it? Oh, it is. Okay, hold on. We wanna keep that at like 99%. Because I don't want to go into change eyes right as we're doing the transition. So like a 90%. I think 90 is a little too much. We could probably get away with like 95%. Don't tell me that's one frame before. No, it's right on. Okay, cool. Her only intention is protecting March. True. Doesn't matter about anybody else, but March is safe, so, you know, that's what matters. Okay, let's see. Yeah, it's gotta get rid of, exactly. If nobody else is alive in the universe, then March can't be hurt. Amphorius. Who am I forgetting? Who am I forgetting that we can use here? Definitely am forgetting somebody. Fortunately, I don't think the March's creepy Icor thing ever had a cutscene. Yeah, I feel like I'm blanking. I feel like there's an obvious one I'm missing, and I don't know who it is. Oh yeah, I literally said anti-creator. Let me see if he has a thing I can use. Do we consider the dragon? Do we consider this to be an enemy? Like, I know it's a boss, but do we consider Pollux to be an enemy? Yo, welcome to the stream. How are we doing today? I don't know if I consider I don't know if I consider Pollux to be an enemy. True. We'll put it there as a, if we need it, it exists. Aquila. I mean, by that same logic, I guess I could just use actual Lygus instead of Xandar, but... Oh! I believe you mentioned it earlier. Do we consider, Nanook be an enemy of Emphorius? Do we consider this? Are we considering Nanook to be an enemy of Emphorius? I mean, true, though he didn't technically do anything. He was kind of just spectating and didn't care one way or the other what happened, but you know. Yeah, Lygus. Genuine question. Do we consider Ceridra to be an enemy of Emphorius? I feel like a lot of people did consider her to be an enemy of Emphorius. All right, can you go ahead and actualize? It was in the air. Yeah, she's kind of up in the air because a lot of people would argue. I mean, she did get killed because I guess it wasn't foretold, but you know. Is that really the best we have for you? I mean, I can work with it probably. Give it a shot, but no, don't do that. If we're gonna use Nanook, I think Nanook needs to be at the end of that particular segment. That. Okay, that's centered enough where I'm okay with it. I think I need to modify it. Stays that way though. Unless that look okay? No, because then there's a giant thing in the way. Okay, so like again, a 90% should do it, I would think. Yeah, that lines it right up. Perfect. And then Nanook. It's Nanook or Pollux, and I think between the two, Nanook is more justifiable as an enemy than Pollux is. Pollux was kind of just misunderstood. Yeah, true. Georgia would feel out of place. Fun fact, Finan technically could be on here 3 times. If we count the Castellana version. But I'm not gonna count that. Wrong button. Okay. Alright, so that should be everything in there. Okay, I do like that, but I think that the Evernight one could be moved to be slightly more in sync with the rest of it. Yeah, I think like right here. Move that, and I let Aquila have a little bit more breathing room. And it works out better. Yes. The one thing I hate is that this is 2D versus 3D, but I don't think that Nanook has... I can think of one thing, and this is 50-50 on if this would work. Because Nanook is very two-dimensional here. But the only thing I can think of that would be... that might have a 3-dimensional Nanook is... is there anything serious in that trailer at all that would let me use Nanook in it? I genuinely don't know. Let's see. I mean, it does... This is a thing that exists, so maybe this would work. You know, chat. If you know what I'm thinking of. I think that's too memey. If anybody knows what this trailer is, then you know. Hey. Okay, hold on. I'm thinking about it. Like, that's not bad. In terms of, like, Nanook options. I mean, I'm not using that, obviously, but... Or that. Is there anything better for him than that? I don't think so. You like 3D? Yeah, I'm gonna check this. I mean, this is also technically 2D, I would argue. But I do want to see if it even makes logical sense to have it here. If I like it better than the other one. Let's see. What was that? Oh, there's still like a segment. Okay, never mind. Hold on. I was like, wait, why is what was that? There we go. All right, so option 1. Option 2. What do we think? Just get a little more. Oh, it does get in focus. Hold on. I think option 1 syncs up better with Iron Tomb visually. Gotcha. I'm gonna put this one to the side. I kind of like that it shows all the emanators as well on number 2 once we get it in full focus. But I might switch it back. Let me throw you over here. All that to get through just that one area, by the way. Just through that one lyric. Okay, second lyric is... will return you to ashes. So immediately I think the literal cutscene of Flame Reaver getting turned to ashes. There's a scene where Nikador gets turned to ashes. Well, whatever you want to call what he turned into. There's Anaxa getting turned to ashes. Wow, there's a lot of people in Amphorius who got turned to ashes, isn't there? I never really thought about it till I started saying it out loud. There's a lot of people that turned to ashes in Amphorius. Just straight up dissolve. I think Aglaya and Treepy got turned to ashes too, now that I'm thinking about it. Alright, so... True, Finance Ascension was also him turning to ashes. Alright. I think we need to start with him starting to turn to ashes. And let's do it from the start, I guess. So probably not going to go that far because I don't want to lose the... I don't want to go all the way in on this. Anybody else turning to ashes? We consider... Do we... I don't think we consider that ashes, right? I mean, it's kind of like sprinkling of ashes. But I don't think... Well, let's see. We were struggling for content last time, so let's see. We'll keep that as a maybe. I don't think Castrus ever had anything to do with ashes, as far as I can remember. Make sure this is filled. I think for Cypher. All right, Anaxa. Yep. There's that guy turning to ashes. Rats and Axa get to be shown as you dissolve into dust. Alright. Lion never turned to ashes. She melted. Cypher just died. This is the cutscene you were talking about. There goes Mighty. Oh, I kind of forgot about that. That could be worth it too. Forgot that he actually had a cameo appearance. Yeah, do I think that's better than the other ones though? Probably not. That's kind of basic compared to everything else. That's just kind of his avatar. Needed just his avatar. Alright, so there's that. Alright, other turns to ashes moments. Oh, right. Everybody turned to ashes in that one cutscene, didn't they? Kind of forgot that literally there's an entire cutscene where everyone just starts dissolving. Yeah, that one can be used potentially if we need it. Nobody turns to ashes in this update, in this patch. Nobody turns to ashes here. Don Hung definitely doesn't turn to ashes. There is fire, but no ash. Turn to the Deliverer trailer. And I think the rest of it should be right here. There's him turning to ashes. I'm assuming this is what you meant when you said Finon's ascension. And then here's the one where Aglaya. Did I pass it? I must have. There's a mouse on this screen. But if I crop that out, do we consider that ashes? I could probably crop that. So let me take that as an option. The ascension I more so meant in the Devil May Cry-esque scene where he was fighting Zephyro. Oh. Where is the... I know I'm missing Aglaya and Tribi getting turned to dust. Where was that? I was like in here. Am I crazy? I know there's a scene where Tribi and Aglaya were walking toward the central area, and then they turned to dust. There it is. It's like, I know that there was one of those somewhere. Did I just Oh no, they're all over there. Cool. For a minute, I thought I accidentally deleted everything, and I would have been very sad. All right. Move you. Grab you. The fact that there's this many different places of people getting turned to ash that we can pull from just from the cutscenes alone, not even looking at the trailers, is kind of ridiculous. Not gonna lie. The fact that it happened so many times, and we're technically not even using some of the ones that could be arguably taken as people getting dissolved. What is this, Fontaine? I'm gonna save you because we just had Nikador in that one, so you're potentially not going to be used. You, I want to save for the very end if I use you. Have all of you a little closer so I can get a better actualization moment. Same time, Amphorius really keeps the people front and center, so it's hard to use anyone else. Yeah. That's the thing with, like, when you start using Amphorius characters, there's so much Amphorius stuff to pull from that it feels weird to use anybody that's not from Amphorius. Like, even the Herda, who is technically came out in the Amphorius patch, I feel awkward using at any point. I actually probably need to start a little. I want to use that so that we can at least have his head in the frame that starts dissolving. Oh, salve. Where's the Aglaia one? There it is. They're both like right in the middle, so that would work better. You're not. Whatever. That's just Nanook. Apparently I didn't delete Nanook. That's why it's supposed to be there. Then Cyrene. Let me do a quick crop so that we don't have a mouse on the screen. I would still call this ashes, or dissolving at the very least, because it's freely dissolving into Cyrene, who has not shown up yet on this thing, despite dying multiple times. Yeah, dissolving, maybe. I mean, it's that or this. I think that this one works better. Crop. And set it to like right here. Yeah, you can barely even, yeah. I mean, if I did this, but then it kind of loses it. Actually. Still think I might like Serene more. And kind of think I still like Serene more there. I think it works a little bit better. Let me crop this. So, boom. You get effect controls. Is there we go. Yeah, transition, Iron Tomb, Sirenia, yeah. That does make the most sense. Okay, so how far do I need to go on this side? That's 5%? Okay, 5% on all sides with the zoom. That's not bad. Yeah, and we still get to keep the text in the bottom. So I'm fine with that. All right. Just add that. Let me just go ahead and remove that panel. So that goes back to being centered. Yeah, I kind of like it. Let's see. All right, next one. Cursed Master. Cursed Master in Eternal... Well, Cursed Master, then Eternal Flames. Cursed Master. Cursed Master. When I think of Cursed, I think of not Cyrene. I think of Casterus. I think of who else could we go with Cursed? Would we consider Anaxa cursed when he was? No, I wouldn't really consider that cursed. True, every Chrysosaur is cursed. They're all cursed to go back through the cycles. True. You've given me a horrible idea, Sandy. Just want you to know that. You've given me a horrible idea. Every single Chrysosaur dying. Like their original death. And transitioning between every single one of those. That would be great. Out of context for this conversation, that sounds horrible. Okay. I had angsty stuff, but I'm great at thinking of it. Okay. Oh wait, I can't do that because I already used. Well, I can use the other part of Anax's death. Is that like? Was Trippy the first to die? Actually, was Trippy? Oh, I guess Trippy was the first to die. Now that I'm thinking about it. Also, I think this works out a little bit better than the more zoomed in one. Naxa died first, if you recall correctly. Did I miss? Did Naxa die first? Nope, he did not die first. He must have died in the following. Oh, that's right, because he had one more fight with the Flame Reaver. True, but Cersei did inhabit his body to keep him alive, but he was still alive in his body and had control at most points. He didn't technically die till this. I say this as if I can find that I was able to find it in that limited period of time. That plus, I think that Anaxa had full control of his faculties because I seem to remember. Let's just have all their deaths in order. Yeah, so I'm gonna do Treeby, Anaxa. Goodness. My only worry is if there's too many of them to fit in that time period of cuts. What are we considering Castrus's death cutscene? Is it this? Because technically she didn't die. Alternatively, we make it simple and we do that one cutscene where everyone was dissolving. That could also be considered. Well, I'll set up both. I'll set up both. Or we could also do this. Do we like this better? Instead of her hugging Trailblazer, do we like this? Like, I don't hate this. I kind of consider this more where her story ended than the Trailblazer thing. We could use the most impactful deaths, then all of them dying if we have no space. True. I'm gonna keep all of this and then I'll figure out how I want to crop it as needed. All right, so there's Cass. There's Anaxa. So we already used that, so this would be it. Yeah. Hugging Trailblazer was just her fulfilling the promise to maybe not have me killed, since I was dead by that point. Mighty has like 15 different deaths that I can circle through if I really wanted to. All right, Cypher. Okay. Um, that. I think because Mighty's was really weird in that it's such a weird angle for everything. I'm gonna use his. I kind of want to use the one from the Finan trailer where he dies, because I feel like there's more to pull from. Because in that trailer, you get like this. As an option, or just him getting stabbed, which is also relevant. Like that. I would argue that's better shown than the other one. That right there. I do find it funny that the entirety of the Trailblade of this entire thing would have been completely moot, probably, and that Finan would not have been able to complete his mission if not for the fact that Maide told Finan in the first cycle how to kill him. Because if Flame Reaver didn't know how to kill Maide, then I just imagine that there would have been no end to the first cycle. This is like, how do I kill this man? Poison doesn't work. He's indestructible. Every time I kill him, he just comes back. It's Saridra. You've got a few ways that you died. True. I mean, he would have eventually found the spot. Trial and error. But how long would that have taken? Despite being very dedicated, Finan to me was never very smart. I'm mostly just doing this so I can use this as the second option if I want to, because it might sync up a little better. Also, it occurs to me that High Sealans and Saridra didn't die, did they? I think Castellana is a bit of a different case there. Sure, he's been through several times, but he's definitely tried different tactics. True. Because there was that, like, page thing, that record thing of everything Castellana was doing that I can't remember the name of off the top of my head. I guess one could argue that that's the closest we ever got to Castris actually dying. Hmm. I also could just do scenes of the Chrysosaure's deaths in general, because a lot of these are kind of awkward in the way that they're portrayed as deaths. Like, this is awkward. Because what I'm thinking of, like, if I'm thinking of cinematic deaths, I think of... like this from the Saridra trailer. Like that. Also, not the greatest trailer, but my goodness, Saridra. They give deaths that had impact on the cycle, yeah. I mean, if you think about it in the long run, none of the deaths really had any impact on the cycle. Because it just reset again. Everybody was alive by the end of it. Yeah, well, not specifics like that. Let's see. I need to sync this up here. Had nothing to do with syncing, had to do with the fact that that was off center. Cool. Wait, that's just... Oh, there it is. What? No, that one's Mighty, I think. Yeah, Aglaya, Anaxa, that's Mighty. Cypher. Now I'm gonna need 2 additional deaths. Did High Sealands never died, actually? Seridra I can pull from her trailer. I don't think High Sealands ever had a death on screen. Oh, wait. Hold on. Hold on. I was saying I wanted to use this later, and I think I got a place for it. I do want to use Seridra first, though. I know one we can use is this. Also, this would have fit for Ashes as well, I'm betting. Yeah, that would have fit for Ashes too, huh? In fact, that might be one of the more literal definitions of Ashes that we've had. I do want to do Seridra, though. Also, I love how Seridra's trailer was just basically her playing chess with Lygus. Did she sacrifice herself when we were fighting Xandar x Lygus? Or Xandar. Lygus, whatever you want to call him. Did she? I don't remember if her doing that. That's too late. So we should be... Where would that be? Here? She teleported us in. We fought Lygus. We went through the cycles. And then we trapped him in the book. I don't believe she ever died. At least not on screen. I think you're thinking of this. The giant whale. I believe you're thinking of this. So honestly, I think the whale is somewhere else. There it is. I think you're thinking of that. Back when Lygus was aura farming his ability to rewind time. Or I guess infinitely loop time. None of you really became relevant. Unfortunately, all the Chrysosairs didn't really die in spectacular ways, because Aglaya's death is literally just a bracelet in a pool of lava, which is a little awkward to use as a uses an animated cutscene for an edit. Having done that before. Actually transfers over quite nicely. Yeah, a lot of the heirs deaths were awkward on screen. I mean, we did get that official announcement of an anime, so I'd be very cool to see if we do an M4, like if there's an Amphoreus segment to that anime. Some of these fight scenes would be awesome in an anime style, particularly because they're hiring the studio who does Jujutsu Kaisen, which is very well known for very elaborate, complicated fight scenes. Yeah, that worked out pretty well. Mappa animating Amphoreus would be perfect. Exactly. Meanwhile, we're still waiting on the Genshin one, but you know. I don't know why. Something about this one I don't like. It's a little better if I have it zoomed out a bit more. You zoom it. Oh. You like that Finon trailer we had with the entirety of Amphoreus? Yeah. I do find it funny that there's literally an entire thing of an entire branch of Hoyoverse called Hoyo Anime, and yet Hoyo Anime only does shorts, and they never commission them to do actual. Like, you could probably commission your own studio to do like a mini series or something. They're already doing 5-minute animations. Yeah, their studio's good. Like, it's actually really good. They do sick edits. Like, the Finon one was great. The Castris one was incredible. The vibe was great. The New Year's animation that they did with Guanifan and Sushang, underrated. I forget other ones they've done, but they have done. Oh, a Flash, the Jing Yuan versus Jing Liu one. Another really great example. Irene, I think, had one as well. Okay, and then the final lyric of this one is in eternal flames. So flames. Well, Saridra has a flames. Their animation studio got to be understaffed. They only use it for 5-minute shorts. It's possible, or it's just not their main focus. Though, to be fair, they make enough money. Like, this is a great flames one. This is great. This is peak. So here's a good flames one, so we'll use that. That'll probably be the end of that one, because that gives us the most to work with. Okay, other flames. Did Mighty have flames in his trailer? Mighty might have had a trailer. I also know Finon had fire in his trailer. Granted, the problem is Mighty's entire trailer was red, so even if there is fire, then you might not notice it. To be fair, my opinion, Sandy, is that they want a studio that's super recognized, because it means that people trust it more than just the studio that does. Okay, there are not any flames in Mighty's trailer. Granted, the entire thing is red, so you can make an argument, but whatever. Yeah, my guess is they're getting Ufotable and Mappa to do it because they want those, like, oh, these are some big name animation studios, so people are going to trust that these are going to be really good anime. Da-da-da-da-da. That's my guess. Oh, right. Tribios had fire in her trailer, or in the Dawn of Destiny. If I get the transitions synced up, where it can naturally go between one to the other, there's a chance that that could happen. Okay, let's see. How many beats do I need for this? 4. We've got 2. I need 2 other scenes where stuff is on fire. Aglaia didn't have fire in her trailer. Iseelan's definitely wouldn't have had fire in her trailer. Anaxa did have fire in his trailer. Because it was, I just remember it being green, which would still work. And I think Finan did. That would be 4. So Cypher didn't. I'm trying to think if there's anybody else I could use fire for that I haven't already used. We're already using Trian or Tribios. If Cypher had fire, it's because there was torches. I'm trying to think of what other Chrysos airs. Cyrene, don't think that Cyrene did. I can do... Fortunately, as much as I'd love for it to do that, because that would be a natural transition point, that doesn't really give me the fire vibe. Unfortunately, I don't think this is on fire, is it? I mean, oh, that would work. We consider that. Do we consider that fire, chat? I mean, there's fire here. We consider this fire, right? The blue flames. We consider that fire. I would argue that counts as fire. Oh, that's also fire, but what do we want to do for fire? Let's just do that as option 1. This is option 2. I don't think I want to use this one because that's a lot of close-up. That could be interesting if I can get it to sync up exactly when the chains go taut. Let's see, though. There's a couple of options for an Axis trailer, basically, is all I'm saying. And then Finan, you had to have. Evernight, you didn't have any. Oh, wait, did Don Hung? Did Permins or Terrai? Because I have not used Terrai yet. Surely Permins or Terrai had fire in his. I feel like I remember elements similar to it. Even though 90% of it was related to... I see things related to fire. That's the Infinity Castle thing. I guess it's less fire and more sunlight. Evernight wouldn't have had fire in hers. Hers was a little too... Actually, she might have had fire. I've used Finan a lot, so I'm trying to see if maybe there's a better option. But Finan's probably just the best relative one to use. Yeah, no real fire there. Let's see. Aglaya might have had one in hers. Oh wait, never mind. I know who I need. I forgot about hers. Castorus's trailer had a really good fire scene at the very start of it. Can't believe I forgot about it. Had a really good fire scene. Hold on. I think there's anything better than that. Let me check the Aglaya one just in case. If Aglaya is there, then I'd like to use her because she really hasn't shown up either. Castorus has shown up at one point. I don't know where I would remember fire in hers, though. It would have been near the end? Yeah, if it wasn't for the fact that it's swapped between it all the time. Fire, but very little. Hyacinth wouldn't have had it because hers was very kind of... I guess let me check Hyacinth's. I mean, her entire thing is water, so if there's any fire, I would be genuinely surprised. I don't remember any fire, but I guess I should at least check it. It's not like I'm not going to need it later, I'm sure. There shouldn't be anything in here, though. Yeah, everything should be water here. I'd be surprised. Well, I mean, there's that fire, but we're not really counting that. Yeah, her entire thing's water, so I would have been very surprised if there was anything relating to that in there. Yeah, I mean, it looks like the best one's just to go with Finan. When in doubt, go to Finan trailer. I guess there's actually, if I don't want to use Finan, but I want to use Finan's trailer, this exists. The Golden Boy of Emphorius, indeed. For me, it's like either this is great. I do like the opportunity to use Hyacinth, though. With the context of everything burning with a character standing in the middle. There's also just this, the classic one. I'm standing on the bridge as everything engulfs in flames. Problem is, I don't think there's a lot. Yeah, there's not a ton to that cutscene. There's very little going on. Let's see. These are all options. We only need 4, so let's see. So that's how far the first one needs to be. Might be able to get that if I slow this down to like a 90, hopefully. I don't want to go too slow because then it becomes noticeable. But then I've got Finan right there. I guess alternatively, I could do this. I could delete this. We change out this Chrysos Air Death, and then we have Finan do this one. I kind of like that more. So then I need another Chrysos Air Death. I think this being here is better. The start of that one rather than the end of the previous. What are we looking at? Be good here. What would be good here? Look at the context again. So who's not dead in this situation? Who did we not have? Evernight and Danhung never died. Finan would work, but he never really has an on-screen death that we didn't use already. Hopefully I have a thing pulled up here. Hyacinth didn't really die. We used Castorus. We used Aglaya, we used Tribby. Hycealans, we already had that problem. I guess... Does Cyrene have an on-screen death? You know what? I don't know if it's long enough, but she does have something. I was kind of putting it in the back of my head because it's a very slim chance that this is long enough. There's very slim chance that this is long enough. Yeah, slim chance is better than no chance, yeah. When he meets Flame Reaver here, you see her dead for that long. So I have from here, and how long till that goes away? I have that. Also, look, more ashes. If I slowed it down, maybe. Yeah, maybe. That's a very big if here. I don't suppose Nihilux had any deaths in her trailer, did she? I mean, she had Trailblazer, but I don't think I want to put Chibi Trailblazer in a very serious edit. Like, oh, actually, this might fit. Without having to do any editing to it. Didn't realize how little we actually had to throw in here. Let's see. How does that look? That's not bad. I don't hate it. It is kind of funny in an Infinite Cycles thing where Cyrene was the main focus. You only ever see Cyrene die for 0.1 seconds on the screen. There. Still an Axa. Let me do this actually. Move you. Have you start us out. that's just doing that. It feels like it really feels like it shakes into an in an axis part. Yeah, I can get rid of that shake if I do this. I think that's too far over. I think that'll do it. And then it's just, I'll be your idol. The ending on Cyrene for that one, like actual Demiurge full on Cyrene, could be good. Do I have viewers on other platforms? Is basically just a hangout. I do have some viewers on the other platforms. This is we had some viewers before we swapped over, but also it kind of was in and out. I think usually we have, honestly, yesterday we had more viewers on the AMV, but I didn't start with the AMV today. I started with Genshin. So I think people didn't stick around because I didn't start with the AMV. Because technically every single one of these on YouTube, the VOD gets demonetized. Which is why I was experimenting with doing both today. It is a little... Also, the stream crashed yesterday, so that didn't exactly help either, I suppose. Let me unlock this so I can have that split. Hang on, Demiurge would look good. I think she has one on scene where she's over the airs, or at least with them. Yeah, I think you're thinking of... Alternatively, Aglaya. If I think of Idol the most, Aglaya is up there. So actually, Hyacinth is the one that makes me think of Idol the most, though that's also kind of because when I look at Hyacinth, I think of Barbara, and Barbara's an idol. Maybe like cool. Yeah, same time Hyacinth has no viewers. True, but then she gets a lot of viewers at the end. These people talk about Aglaya. I think I need to get that. Let me do this. Let me speed that to 95 because I don't want that glitchiness going right into the transition. I don't think this is going to work the way I want it to, but I'm going to give it a shot anyway. Keeping you in check. Not quite. You know what, for the heck of it, just to see what it would look like, because I have an idea of what I would want to use. What does Hyacinth look like if I put her here? Hyacinth. Navi, welcome to the stream, or should I say welcome back? You're here. You've been here for many a stream at this point. Also, fun fact to those who don't know, this is a reused asset from the very first Genshin trailer, or for the very first Honkai Star Rail trailer. Space comedy. Simply pulling it up because I happen to remember this was here. If you did not know. That is very same as or at least very similar. Not exactly the same. Though I think there is actually one that is very similar to that. What do I want to do for I'll Be Your Idol? Naxa? If I get it to sync up to like right there, that'd be cool, but I think if I had to speed it up that much, it wouldn't work. Plus, we did just use the same kind of thing there. Yeah, it doesn't really work. Too quick. Him just walking down an alley full of people could work. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Thematically, Idol makes most sense with Castellano or Demiurge, considering their importance, but you've already had to use them a lot. Plus, in the lore of Amphorius, I don't really consider him like Castellano or Cyrene an idol. Cyrene took the backstage for most of it, and Finan, if anybody, looked up to everyone else rather than everyone looking up to him. Good, because we need a like sudden jar at the very end of there. Hold on. 2.3 trailer, no. Improv trailer, no. What am I looking for? I'm looking for all Amphorius cutscene. Not looking for this one, but it could be an interesting one to contest. that could work. Hold on. This could work. Hold on. As much as I don't want to use Finan, I can't disagree that this would probably work well if I can get the transition right. Because it has its own built-in jar. Problem is that I just used the guy. Get rid of the white. So it's down to that. Because if I can get that to sync up just right, then that would be okay. Like that. I think an Axa looks better. I want... There it is. All There's also Mighty sitting in the chair as he walks up to Amphorius, I suppose. You get it to sync up with the Titan crest, it wouldn't be focusing on the one air necessarily. Yeah, but the problem is that there's so... That's just fine on back fine is a little awkward. What I'm thinking of, if I can find the darn cutscene, is... Where is he? I kind of like that. You got the kind of jarring little effect. You could use Kefali. My main problem with ever using Kefali is that everything of Kefali's is completely stationary because, well, Kefali's completely stationary. Even in the Titans trailer, he's the one person that just is not interesting because he doesn't move. I mean, for obvious reasons, but still. Like, you have that. That's probably the most interesting. Then you've got the vague movement. The other thing is that, like, Lygus has main character energy from being the main villain. I feel like, and like Nikador was a villain. Of all of them, Kefali feels the least important. Because we basically did nothing with Kefali for the whole story, despite everyone revering Kefali. Even Kefali's power of protection was only as good as it was because Cypher was holding it in place. So technically, Kefali wasn't even doing anything for the majority of that.
Keeping you in check, keeping...
The funny thing is, when I think of... Okay, first off, I think I need to modify this to be here. Because I think that is a little... That probably will sync up a little better because of all the white. Yeah, a lot better.
Keeping you in check.
Keeping you in check, that's going to be Cyrene, or Ceridra, because that's literally half of her thing as a giant chessboard. Wasn't a mistiped? I do not know what it is you mean. Wasn't a Goliath's whole thing using her strays to keep people in check and things out of Akama? True, but it's to get that you need a specific thing that I think it's better conveyed with Casterus, because her entire thing is related to, or not Casterus, with Saridra, because her entire, no worries, because her entire thing is related to a chessboard. If you're singing it to lyrics, I think people would most people would think, if you think keeping you in check, I feel like most people would say Saridra would come to mind first.
Keeping you in check.
Ooh, if I can get that synced up right, where it goes keeping you and then in check, it's Lygus. Ooh, hold on. Give me like a 120? Give me like a 120?
Keeping you in check.
And 110? Also, I think I could probably add a transition that would make this a little better. Let me... I also find it funny that they gave her half of her head to work with, but he gets his entire head. I mean, I guess he doesn't have an eye, per se, to, like, go. Let's see how this looks.
Keeping you in check.
Oh, this could work too. So we forget that. Go for something a little more.
Keeping you in check.
Do I really? Is that all that I get from that? Oh, it's sped up, right. I get a little bit more if I don't have it sped up. That would be helpful.
Keeping you in check. Keeping you
I can get it to, like, go at an exact transition point. I'm so confused. What happened? Why are you freezing? What? What was that? It's like the entire thing just froze up and turned into one frame, which does not make sense.
keeping you in check. Keeping you in check. Keeping you in.
I don't know, like a 75%? Zion, welcome to the stream. How you doing today?
Keeping you in check. Keeping you in check.
Can you in check? Let me look at the rest of her trailer just in case. I feel like there might be something a little better.
Keeping you in.
I think I cut into. Yep.
Keeping you in check.
If I speed it up a little bit, let's do like a 140.
Keeping you in check.
That doesn't really show in check. The problem is that the transition would be too fast, I think. I'll show what I mean. Let me show what I mean by that. Because then we've got, here's keeping. There's keeping, then we change to you. And then this would have to go to in check. Let me just use this as an example for in check. Sure. Just use that as an example.
Keeping you in check.
Yeah, because then it's just there's 3 transitions in a very short period that you don't get to really see anything in there.
Keeping you in check.
Also, the way we've been doing it has been every line gets a cutscene. Beside obviously this, but these effectively the way that they breathe these out makes it take an entire line.
Keeping you in check.
Which is why it doesn't work out quite as well. Because then it throws off the feng shui. Ooh. Hold on. What if we got both of them? Yeah, true. Get rid of all the excess. Ooh, hold on.
Keeping you in check.
Give me like a 1 speed.
Keeping you in check.
I don't hate that. I do want to try to get the chessboard if I can. Okay, that could be good in check. Hold on. Keeping you. Okay, that's a good second half. If I can just figure out what I want for the first. What's the direct one here? I think that's just high C. Problem is that purple. If it was like there, but then we lose the second transition.
Keeping you in check.
Yeah, it just messes with that transition a bit. That could also work. That looks better though. Hmm. don't know what people's hopes for were with Saridra, because I honestly like Saridra, but we got very little of her compared to everyone else. Even compared to like High Sealand, she was kind of painted as just kind of a throwaway villain. Though she was very well respected, I would say. Like, everyone didn't like her, but she was very respected because of her founding of the Flame Chase, I guess. Yeah, that doesn't work. I wonder if I have... Hold on. Because that's effectively her skill, isn't it? Or her ultimate? I wonder if I have her keeping up with Star Rail. Yaogong, Ashvale, Sparksea, Cyrene, Permansor, and Ruan Mei. Did she have a keeping up with Star Rail? Because if I can get her... Oh, wait, what updates did she come out in? Cyrene would have been... Or not Cyrene. Saridra would have been 3.6? 3.6? No, I don't think it's 3.6. 3.5? I think I need her... Yeah, 3.5, which unfortunately that had a deliverer trailer and did not have an actual version trailer showcasing the two of them. So I would need Ceridra's keeping up with Star Rail, which I can pull up. Keeping up with Star Rail. Cyrene. Or oh my goodness. When you realize how many characters in Honkai Star Rail have the word C as their starting letter of their name. Saridra, Cyrene, Cypher. I'm forgetting someone. Castras, thank you. There's way too many people with a C. And even if you go to other characters who are relevant, Kalis and not the other one. I'm forgetting the name of the goddess. What's her name? The goddess whose name starts with C that I keep saying because of Anaxa. Cersei. There we go. All right, let me grab this. All right. Web video. So where do I have that sitting? Yeah. Need it in this format so I can actually use it. So oh, did we lose? Hold on, folks. There we go. TikTok lost it there for a second. Or Twitch lost it there for a second. Okay. There we go. Um, Oh, I got disabled. Hold on. Hold on, chat. Hold on. There we go. There we go. I have been re-enabled. All right, there that is. So I need this to go here. I just had it. Where did it go? There it is. All right. And change that so it goes here. Go. Start. That's Cyrene. I don't need Cyrene. I need, where did it go? Why do you do this to me? There's that. Now I need you to put it in a thing I can use. If you don't mind. All right. And go. What are you doing with Cyrene? Browse. No. There. No, that's not what I... Ah! What are you doing? I want the keeping up with Star Rail for Ceridra. This is not that difficult. I can see it. I've clicked on it. It's right there. It's not that difficult. Why must you be difficult, game? Why must you be difficult? Also, welcome to the stream, new Twitch viewers. How are y'all doing today? Everything is pain. Everything is pain. All of it. Okay. Are you going to work this time? Or am I going to have to yell and scream at you until you do? This is the question. All right. You're going to go there. Now I'm going to convert you into something that I can use. Right? Right? Hopefully so. How's it going, Blade? New edit today. We did finish the Blade one, which ended up just turning into a high cloud quintet video, because Blade does not have enough to take up a full 3-minute video, unsurprisingly. Maybe when we get his second trailer, but it'll be a while before we get that. And now we're working on the next one. All right. It's almost ready. There we go, finally. I really hope that this has what I need, because if not, then it's really awkward. This has to have what I need, right? What an image to start out on. What an image. Usually I have everything ready, I just was not expecting to need the keeping up with Star Rail thing. Just really hope that this has what I need. I just need her skill showcase. I need that, but I don't need that. I mean, I can get away with Albert, I think. I can get away with Albert. As long as the text isn't in the screen. Also, like, why can't we have this in full screen? Like, why would this would have been awesome? Like, that's very cool. But I imagine if I crop into that, because I mean, I can, but I imagine me trying to crop into that would ruin the entire pixelation of that entire thing. Alright, let me do that. Let me keep that separate, and then I want to try it. Because that would be so cool to use at some point. But there's no way that I can get away with that in any way, shape, or form. Because that's going to require such a crop that it's going to be horrible. Window, effect controls. If I move effect controls down here, then we won't have to worry about this, and this can be closed, and everything can be centered. All right. So let's see. For me to get that reasonably there, I would have to go 18% left on all sides for it to be perfectly square, or I do that and that. Then we have to go up from the bottom to that. It's not as bad as I thought it would be. It'd be lower. It's not, yeah, but it's not as bad as I thought it would be. Well, maybe I'll have to go in and actually start messing around with stuff. You're waiting to complete your Blade Eat a Bag for Anime New York City. With 2 keychains on the way. One is acrylic, the other is going to be a photo card keychain. Nice, Blade. Very cool. It's actually not nearly as bad as of a resolution as I thought it was going to be, Thandy. I can barely tell that that is the resolution's changed at all, to be honest. Though it probably helps that when I exported this, I purposely had it export in 4K. So this was 4K when I exported it, so that means that this is probably still around 1080p or a little higher. Probably around 2160, to be honest, because the details are still very refined. That being said, good to know that I can do that, but it's irrelevant for what I'm doing right now.
Keeping you in check.
Oh, right, they did it. This would have been non-sped up. I gotta speed it up so it matches.
Keeping you in check. Keeping you in check.
Probably 200 is probably where the speed up would usually end up.
Keeping you in check.
Though now that I see that other thing, do we like this more than doing the other thing? Do we like this? I don't hate her, just
Keeping you in check.
You like it being knocked over? Yeah, I kind of am in the same boat. Because it just feels a little rushed to get it to fit in that one little area.
Keeping you in check. Keeping you obsessed.
Yeah, we'll hold it for now. I might go back and change that to something else if it feels like it doesn't belong in the long scheme of things. Keeping you obsessed is pretty obvious. That's a Goliath. The epitome of beauty. Oh, I can get rid of that. Used in anything? Did I use... No, I did not. Knocking the piece over, true.
Check, keeping you obsessed. Check, keeping you obsessed.
I can get...
Keeping you obsessed.
that there. Let me just see what else like.
One check, keeping you obsessed. Play me on repeat endlessly in your head. Keeping you obsessed.
Keep you obsessed. I was thinking Hyceelans, but she'd also be good for the play me on repeat. Yeah, because she actually sings, which is, I think she's the only one who technically sings. I mean, I say sings. Do we call what she does singing?
Keeping you obsessed.
Do we consider that singing?
Keeping you obsessed.
This one was the first thing that came to mind. The second one was...
Keeping you obsessed. Keeping you obsessed.
And actually, it might work if we do just this and then it goes into the rest of her skill. That could work.
Keeping you obsessed.
Actually, keeping you obsessed, now that I'm thinking about it, it's Evernight, isn't it? Evernight fits obsession better than Aglaia does. Plus, there's probably a lot of different things you can use for keeping you obsessed in Evernight's trailer, if we're being honest.
Check, keeping you obsessed.
Like, just that alone looks better than anything I think Aglaia would have gone with. Or even, like... I would do when she reaches through to grab March through the glass.
Check, keeping you obsessed.
I kind of like that, too.
Keeping you obsessed.
I'll put that as an option. She reaches for... Or even... This works. Let me move that. If this syncs up right, it could be cool.
Check, keeping you obsessed. Play me on repeat endlessly in your head. One check, keeping you obsessed. Check, keeping you obsessed.
Nah. Is this what you're referring to? Are you referring to this? That? Also, I can't help but think that this is very similar to that one cutscene with Hyacinth, where she's in a very similar pose to this in the Deliverer trailer. Let me hold on to this for now.
Check, keeping you obsessed.
I also, if I could get it to sync up, I don't think I can, but if I could get that to sync up correctly, that would be very cool. Be like a 150 speed.
One check, keeping you obsessed.
I like that better with a transition like that than just the
Check, keeping you obsessed. Keeping you obsessed.
No, I think I like this better.
Keeping you obsessed.
No, I don't.
Keeping you.
Anything I'd want it to be a little quicker.
Keeping you obsessed.
But then it becomes too quick.
Keeping you obsessed.
We do another quick skim through. If not, then I'm going to stick with that for now. I don't think this looks better per se.
Keeping you in check, keeping you obsessed.
I do like the idea of that, the concept of it, but it doesn't quite.
Keeping you obsessed.
I'd slow that down. How does it look?
Keeping you obsessed. Play me on repeat and the
Don't hate. This could work too, honestly. How does this look?
keeping you in check, keeping you obsessed.
I don't hate the. Get this back to 100%. See if it looks better. With like the creepy march just obsessively right behind regular march. Problem is that it's need to be slow. No. What in the world did I just do? Close you. Go away. Get back down there. No. Oh no, now it's thrown off the entire thing. No! No! Oh my goodness, what have you done? Goodness gracious. Hate this. This is terrible. Terrible, horrible, no good. Very bad. Very bad. On the bright side, I don't need Adobe stock, so. Not like we're using any stock photos for this. Close that. Close this. You move that down here too, really? You gotta be like this. Why? I'm gonna have to reset the entire thing. Which, to be fair, could be a lot worse. Yeah, that could have been a lot worse. Indeed, and that's pretty much when I need to hop off as well because I'm already at 2.5. I'm already at 4.5 hours instead of my normal 4. So I'll work on this a little bit, but probably we end up finishing this tomorrow, I would imagine. And so, thank you all so much for joining me. It's been an absolute pleasure as I trigger the raid here. Those of you who are on Twitch. And yeah. Thanks so much, everybody. It's been an absolute pleasure. For TikTok, this is where the stream ends. Until next time, Blaze Flame Studio signing off. You can have a great rest of your evening. All right, and for you, YouTube and Twitch, YouTube, you're not going to get anything because they don't have raid features on YouTube. But for Twitch, you will get a raid, and that raid will be to who in the hub is live. Is anybody in the hub live? That is a question. Perhaps we'll have an answer. Leanie's playing Genshin. And you've got Luna playing League of Legends. So I guess we'll raid Leanie. Actually, can we raid anybody new? Search and filter, Honkai Star Rail, filter by tag, English VTuber. Let's do Zephons. Yeah, we'll do Zephons. Are we doing Zephons?
They'll see.
So we raided Zephons before. Who can we raid that's new? Let's send you over to Alex Soto, who's playing for the first impressions of Honkai Star Rail of the new era. So, yeah. Let's do it. Thanks so much for joining me, everybody. Absolute pleasure. Until next time. Lazy Flames. Thank you, and have a great